Hello, welcome to the July 17th, 2026 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the live stream. If you've not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can answer questions in the live chat field in the live stream, or questions can be sent in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, it's always helpful if you could specify which version of Cubase or which version of a Steinberg program that you're using, which level, such as Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro. Also, if you could tell us which version number, such as 13, 14, or 15, and the operating system that you're utilizing, such as Mac OS or Windows. That information is helpful. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer questions may soon be eclipsed with the number of questions that come in. We will go through all of the questions chronologically as asked in order. So if you don't have, if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. And if you want to search for topics, that several hours after the live stream ends, we'll have an index of all of the topics discussed in today's live stream with timestamps, so you can quickly navigate to particular areas. If you find that you want to search for topics that perhaps have been covered in previous live streams, you can go to cubaseindex.com. We want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that website that allows you to search, just basically do a search through the different topics. I have also just submitted the latest master index Word document to JazzDude, so you could share it on the Cubase, on the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. So we also have two people that serve as moderators. We have JazzDude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They do it to make it a better community experience, and we want to give them thanks for that. And as we mentioned earlier, we want to thank JazzDude for his efforts with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which I believe just turned 6 years old. So that is a wonderful resource of information that's available and beneficial to the Steinberg community. So we want to give JazzDude extra round of gratitude for that and wish him a happy 6th birthday for the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. Once again, my name is Greg Undo. I'm based in the United States, and I'm the host of the live stream today. I'm presenting from just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching live, please feel free to introduce yourself. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. All right. So first question we have was from the Piano Poet. Hi, Greg. What's the best way in Cubase to create an accurate tempo map from a piano recording? Auto tempo detection doesn't line up correctly with the bar lines. Thanks for your help. All right. So I'm not sure if it's going to be MIDI based or if it's going to be more for working with an audio file. So I just quickly kind of pulled up two audio files. One's a piano and solo double bass, and the other is just a solo piano. So we'll go ahead and take a look as we do this. So let's say we'll listen to our current tempo, and we'll take a listen to this piece here. All right. So there's no correlation that we're seeing here. So I'm going to select the audio event here. Let's get to our project, to our tempo detection, and we'll do a quick tempo analysis of this. And let's say I want this to be, maybe it's detecting the 8th note as opposed to the quarter note. So if I think this is detecting the 8th note instead of the quarter note, I just want to divide by 2. And let's do offbeat correction. So let's see how. Now, if you find that some of the tempos weren't, maybe there's a fill or it's very kind of legato, rubato piece where it's kind of changing. Once Cubase does its tempo detection, as we kind of come over here, we can see that it automatically, before you close this window, gives you it switches it to the warp tool. So what we could do is I'm going to just come right over here. Let's move these events up. So I'll take these two tracks, my piano and the tempo performance, and I'll just perhaps move them up towards the top here. And what this is going to allow us to do is, as we look at the audio file, so we see our audio file, we see our measures here. So when we do the tempo detection, it's going to figure out the beats. And we could just kind of review this. And what we could do is now we could come over, and once we have our warp tool, and this is going to be our warp grid mode. So it'll automatically place it into warp grid mode as opposed to free warp. And what you could do at this point is just come over and manually adjust, by the beat or by the measure. So let's say maybe that one was just a hair late. So we can, maybe this was just a hair early. So we could make kind of your fine movements. And once we activate this will do kind of a recalculation based from that point onward. So maybe this should have been here. So let's go back and listen to it. And this was maybe just a little early. So at this point, the automatic tempo detection, if there's a lot of fluctuation in tempo, a lot of rubato, you may just have to go back. And before you close this window, it kind of places you in that mode so you can do kind of fine tuning and tweaks. So let's say now at this point we have our tempo detection done in and we could say, okay, this is where, and we'll have our bars, our time signature track. So we'll say, okay, we could continue at this point. Let's adjust our signature track to 4/4. And now as we come over, so you could just kind of place the downbeat where, and determine if you have pickup notes. So before you close the tempo detection, utilize the warp tool, the warp grid tool. And then if you want to do something similar for MIDI, it would be really the same type of process. So let's say, so I could select the MIDI event or the audio event. And again, we'll just do our tempo detection. Analyze. And you can see all of our tempo changes there. With a good amount of rubato in that performance, you just have that automatically detected pretty accurately. But again, before you close the tool, the tempo detection tool, utilize and do refinements with the warp grid if needed. All right, so you see for Klaus joining from Malmo, just saying congratulations on your Steinberg employment. So thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. All right. Howdy Lee says, hi Greg, how to use the stereo pan modes in the project settings, 0 dB, -3, -4.5, -6 dB, max volume plus 6 dB plus 12 dB. How do they influence the gain staging methods? Says greetings from Austria. So if you're not familiar with, jump back. Right, so your pan control settings, and all of these settings, if you're not familiar, can be accessed directly inside of the project window. So when we come over here, just hit computer, Shift plus S. So we're going to have our stereo pan law. All right, now we could think of this as when, we are panning sources. So if we combine an audio track, and we are doubling the source, that will give us an increase in volume in 3 dB. So what we can do if we wanted to, if we have a stereo track and as we pan from left to right, we can see that, when we're combining both sources, that could have a volume increase of -3 dB. Or plus 3 dB. So if we wanted that to be consistent, so wherever it was panned with a stereo track, we could set this to equal power or to -0 or to 0 dB rather, and then we won't have any volume changes. Now some people will go for a -6 dB, thinking that they're getting a wider mix. So it can increase the perception of a wider sounding mix. So some people would manipulate pan laws to get wider, bigger, fuller sounding mixes. But in essence, all it's doing is kind of dropping the volume of your sources when they're panned hard left, hard right, so that when they get combined, that there isn't such a big change, right? So that's kind of the pan law. Now, when we work with our max volume, or volume max, this is how much volume is really at the top of the fader. So when we open up a channel, you can see that I have, I'm at 0 dB. And let's say at this point, I want the fader to be, when I go to the very top, I want that fader to be plus 6 dB. All right, or if we hit our project setup, and that's Shift plus S, or project menu to project setup, we'll come over here to the volume max. I'll set it to 12 dB. Now that I hit OK, as we go from 0 dB, we have plus 6 dB or up to plus 12 dB. So, and this is often to accommodate control surfaces. Some people in post-production really prefer to have plus 12 dB. That's 12 dB of gain above 0 on the faders. Some control surfaces, you'll look at the controls on a control surface. Some will be maxing out at plus 6 dB. Some control surfaces will go above, will max out at plus 12 dB. So it just gives you an additional 6 dB of gain, often if you need to get additional gain there. You could do that without having to use an additional volume plugin, or some people will use a compressor and boost the gain there. So you could do that. Or if you were matching kind of the physical layout of your control surface, that you could go from 0 to 6 if your control surface goes, the fader goes to plus 6 dB or goes to plus 12 dB. You can correlate and match the settings again from the volume max directly to match the control surface if needed. Now, how do these affect the gain structure? It's the pan law doesn't really affect the gain structure that much. And if you needed an additional 6 dB on the faders, let's say if everything was totally maxed out and for some reason you still need an additional 6 dB, you could just simply enable the 12 dB plus 12 dB and then move the faders up and get another 6 dB of gain from there. All right, wonderful to see you, Walter Blackledge, checking in from St. Louis Club Cubase. Great to see you on. We have Adam Langford checking in from Bedfordshire in the UK. We have Stefan joining from Sweden. Also, Michael Marshall, great to see you back from Somerset in UK. All right, always great to see Jazz Dude on. See that Michael Marshall used to live near where Adam Langford lives. Right, apparently, Adam's in the posh bit. It's good to know. See that Jazz Dude finally had some rain after 2 to 3 weeks of heat. All right, we see Terry Gray joining from Minneapolis. Great to see you on. Well, all right, so we see a question from Sinan Akgul Q5D. How does Cubase handle clipping? There's usually a difference to other DAWs. There's definitely a difference to other DAWs. It sounds squashed and tamed in the mid-range. You know, the internal processing of Cubase is all at 32-bit floating point. It could also be at 64-bit floating point. So depending on your signals, if you come over here to your studio setup and go to the advanced options, so you could have it set to 32-bit or 64-bit. 32-bit float can give you like a theoretical dynamic range, I believe, of like 1500 or 1392 dB. So it's really, really difficult to clip internally in Cubase. Now, sometimes you could clip converters in Cubase, but if you wanted to actually choose your record format in the project setup, and instead of recording straight to 24-bit, you choose to record to 32-bit float. At that point, it's really, really hard to clip. So that will, even if the audio is captured clip, you could adjust the gain structure of it. So even if like your audio was completely clipped, you could just bring down the clip gain of it so that it's not clipped. So it could be some plugins or maybe internally clipping, but it's really hard to, with the 32-bit floating point or 64-bit floating point, it could make a difference. It could be just other DAWs aren't necessarily processing in 32-bit floating point. There's still a few out there, I think. So. All right, so we see Tim Weinheimer joining from we see Tim Weinheimer joining from Mission Viejo, California. Wolfic says, hello, my question is too long for his chat. What can I do? So you could break it up into little parts. So I think you have 200 characters. You could also email to clubcubase@steinberg.de. But if you kind of split it up in chunks or email it to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to kind of just take a quick look at it in my email. All right, so we see Michael Teams joining from Weatherford, Texas. Thanks for being online, such a loyal attendee. All right, we have Roland Stuff joining from the Sussex coast in the UK. All right, so Roland Stuff asks, I've just dragged Groove Agent fills from pads into my project. MIDI notes all show up fine in project window track, but they're completely silent. Stereo out. Any ideas, please? All right, so let's come over here. Let's get to some drum parts. Okay, so let's say I have some fills here in my acoustic agent. So let's open up the instrument. Let's get to our player. Great, so I will drag these out here. Great, so let's do that, and now I'm just going to drag a fill. Great. So let's say I'll just take this little bit here, copy this. All right, so now when I play this back, we should hear kind of take it off my cycle. All right, so we have our pattern. Then we'll have like one measure of pattern followed by a fill coming up. All right, so the one thing to check is, let me know if every pattern is changing. So when you come over here, let's say if we go to our pattern pads here, sometimes if it sounds kind of messed up or if it's not working as expected, you'll see like this little mode here for MIDI routing. Try to set like the main. So let's say if we come over here, we could say, okay, let's get to our main part, but try to set like the pattern to perhaps a different MIDI channel when you drag over. So depending on a kit, when we look at this, most of the time you can say, okay, these are MIDI notes that are triggering these patterns. Depending upon the instrument itself, we also have kits, and MIDI notes will trigger these particular kits. So if you have lots of patterns, so it could be that we have MIDI notes that are overlapping on the kit sounds and overlapping on the pattern sounds that could be creating a conflict. So if that's the case, click on the player tab here. And when we come over, we could just say, okay, I want to switch the channel for the patterns. So try switching that to 2 and see if that makes sense. And that way we could have a different MIDI channel for the patterns and a different MIDI channel for the pads themselves. So this way, just in case they are both overlapping. So if I look here, I can see that these player pads can also be in the same range as like my hi-hat samples. So make sure, so again, try just when you select the player pad, come over here and try just the patterns to switch that to a different MIDI channel and see if that makes a difference for you. Great, Michael Teams is delivering ice cream for Jazz Dude. Okay, so we see Wolfic CZ says questions about expression maps. A legato note with 150 milliseconds delay seems to affect previous Stacchissimo note. Even though both use attributes, the short note may play incredibly or not at all. All right, so if you're not familiar with this, let me just open up a project here. All right, so when we deal with like orchestral pieces, so 150 milliseconds, kind of a long delay. So let's say if I want to come over here, and when I go to, let's say I go to my cello here. All right, and I will just go ahead and record just a little bit and just get some notes. Okay, so when we want to be able to handle our articulations. I will come over here. Let's open this up, and I could see my articulations here. Now, sometimes for the notes to actually speak, we may have to, when we go into your expression map setup, for those of us that haven't dealt with this, we may have to, depending on the articulation that we're using, we may have to offset these. So 150 milliseconds is pretty large for an attack compensation. But let's say, okay, I have this, my legato's at 120 milliseconds. Okay, so let's say I want to switch that into spiccato. So our spiccato is 40 milliseconds of attack compensation. All right, so if these notes are really close to each other, so let's say, okay, I have, all right, so we have legato. So let's say at this point, put in some smaller notes. I'll just kind of quantize these. Okay, so let's say I want this note to be, let's say staccato. These notes are going to be kind of right next to each other. Okay. Let's say I'll just go ahead and switch this to pizzicato. All right, so let's say I just have this, and I wanted one of these to, right, so if we have something like this where notes are going to be very close to each other. Let's just listen to this one more time, see if we get. So we'll move these right next to each other. And as we do this, all right, so if we don't have this, you might believe, so when we do this, like if we don't have enough time, you may just have to shift the note over for that articulation to actually kick in if there's not enough time within the milliseconds. So you can see that, like with this note, we don't have enough time to switch from the pits over. So I think you might have to just, maybe just move that over and just realize that probably, some musicians may not switch articulations within 120 milliseconds, or perhaps use an articulation that doesn't necessarily carry over. I could do some more research to see if I come up with a better workflow for that, but you might be able to just shorten the notes so that the articulation has a little bit of time to for it to kick in and switch, so that it could accommodate the attack compensation time. So, but I'll do some more research on that and see if I could have like maybe a better workflow for Tuesday. And if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de just as a brain cramp email reminder, I could do some more work on it for Tuesday. All right, so we see John Costigan joining from Smoky, Wisconsin. And as Jazz Dude mentioned, you might have to, put it onto other tracks as well if needed to be that tight. Great. So we see, John Costigan mentioned it was Smoky, Wisconsin, and also we see Terry Gray in Minnesota. Says the situation's better in Minnesota today, but still not great. So yeah, we have kind of our first day of smoke, I guess, from Canadian wildfires is what I heard. Not sure if it's true, but we have kind of our air quality index issues here in Washington, D.C. area. Great. So we see Jason Sykes joining from South Shields, England. All right. Wonderful to see Gareth on, checking in from Bilbao, Spain. Jeremy Chatfield jumped. All right. You see Jazz Dude kind of shared a live stream video with the composer talking about the same issue with the attack compensation. All right, Peter Raymond asked, hi, if I start a collaboration with someone using Cubase 12 and I have Cubase 15, should the Cubase 12 person be able to open up the project once I opened it in 15? Hope that makes sense. So yeah, that should work. It depends on if you're going to be utilizing like modulators that aren't in version 12. Those aren't going to carry over. But generally, like the file formats, as long as you're not using kind of Cubase 15 specific features. So like the actual files should open up. And one of the things, if another way of working this way is if you go to your file menu and you just import the tracks from the project. So if we come over here, we can say, okay, I want to import tracks from this particular project, and then you could just import like a track by track basis as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the full project. So if you're just working on one particular track and they need to do some edits or re-record, they could save their Cubase project. So it's always fine going from like 12 to 15, going 15 to 12. If it doesn't work for some reason, they could just use the import tracks from project and just simply select the project here and which particular tracks that they need to open. but generally it's pretty good going forward and backward. But again, if you're utilizing a lot of features that aren't available in 15 that aren't in 12, then you may run into some issues. All right, so Terry Gray says, thanks for the plus 12 tip setting. Didn't know that was there. The faders now match my S1 controller. So yeah, it's the exact reason for that. So give you that for your revelation of the day. All right, so we see Daniela on is Da Vinci Girl. Good to see you back from Bochum, Germany. All right, we see Vince checking in from Winnipeg. All right, we see Daniela is at the moment the Ukraine front line in Donbass for medical aid help. Good thing to do. All right, so we see just from Wolfik CZ says, I'm an autistic composer. I love to use just one track per instrument. To use articulation per track instruments is making absolutely not creatively intuitive approach. So sometimes you may have to compose for the particular library that you use. You're probably doing all sorts of compensations for, and people are obviously inspired by orchestral libraries to compose, but like going back to working with early sample libraries and discussions with any like world-class film composers is you tend to and the general consensus will be always write the music for the particular library. So sometimes a library may impose limitations. You could also just simply try to adjust to give it a smaller amount of attack compensation within the note expression map to see if that's a compromise, so you don't have to move the beginnings of notes. So that could be a way as well. All right, so we see Guy0919 says, I use Groove Agent 6. I do prepare archive, but worried about long-term compatibility. If I change to new PC, will Groove Agent restore all pad assignments and samples correctly? All right. It says, when I open the archived project in new PC, because Groove Agent is a VST and not built-in sampler like Drum Machine. All right, so let's take a look. So let's do a new project. We'll come over. I'm going to put this in our July 17th. I'll just say, okay, let's just put this in July 17th folder. We'll make a new folder here. So VA samples. Okay, so this is my project folder. I will come over and just record an audio file. All right, so we have a file called test. We go to our pool window and we could see that the path where this is going to be in the project's live streams. July 17th. Then we have GA samples and the audio menu. All right, so I'm going to add a Groove Agent project here. Great, so let's go over to our media bay. I think I have. Great, so I have some snare hits here. So let's say, right now these snare hits are going to be accessed from the folder where they are at. I want to now come right over here and let's export our kit with samples. Okay, so I'm going to right click on the agent and let's say we want to export the kit with samples. So we want to go to documents, projects, see live streams, July 17th, go to one. Check my folder, make sure I'm putting it into the right folder. Okay. Let me just see if load up. See if we catch that particular path. Could be that I created the folder afterwards. So let me just. All right, so what I could do is, let's say I just want to save this within the project folder. So let's see if we could create a new folder here. So let's just call this GA samples. Okay, so we want to export files. Don't have any samples in that one, so let me go back to this one. Great, so we'll export our kit with samples. We can just come right over here. We'll give it a name. So say all right, so now when we come back to our Finder, all of the samples will be exported directly there. So let's say if we come over here to then, so we could just export it directly into the file, the project folder, so that when the project folder is archived, all of the Groove Agent samples can be archived. So again, just choose export kit with samples. Choose your file path here. Again, you could just navigate and at that point, all of your samples will be saved right there. So that is kind of the fail-safe way of incorporating all of your Groove Agent samples into the project folder as well. Okay, uno momento wants people to whack the like button. All right, so Roland Sub says, thanks, Greg, for explaining possible MIDI conflicts with Groove Agent. Great. So we see Jazzy just commenting that CSS can sometimes have 300 milliseconds track delay for legato and long notes. Thanks for letting me know. All right. So we see a question. That field just jumped. From Robert Higgins, who says, I have a solo female voice. Is there a plugin or extension in Cubase that will add a harmony to that voice? I'd like that the harmony to be on a separate track if possible. Okay, so let's come over. I have this in my recent. Okay, so there is kind of a harmony feature that's built in Cubase. So we're going to utilize it in conjunction with the chord pads. So let's say in this example, so we'll play this. I'm going to have, turn off my divide track list here. Great, so we listen to this. So I'm going to drag this piano part. It could be an audio part or MIDI part. And I'm going to drag it to a chord track to populate the chords. Okay. So now what we could do, once we know what the chords are, so let's say that we're living a lie. So I'm just going to select that with my range tool. And if it looks like it's clunky, you just turn off the snap. So I'm going to come right over here and just say, okay, let's take that particular range tool there. I'm going to go to my audio menu and we'll say generate harmony voices. So I'll say, I'll generate, let's say 2 harmony voices. And now they're automatically populated onto different tracks. Now, if we wanted to change these, so let's say it gave us a soprano and an alto. And let's say I want this instead. If we come over here to the chords, I could say, okay, instead of an alto, give me a tenor voice. And now, so we have kind of soprano, alto, tenor, bass, and we have an alternate soprano, alto, tenor, bass. So this way it's automatically populated onto a new audio track. We can come over here and say, okay, maybe I want these to be more in the background. We could just come over and adjust the gain on both of those. So once again, make sure that you have a chord track so it knows how to come over and work and, how harmonically to generate the harmony voices. If you don't have a chord track, it's not going to make much sense. I think it just generates unison, but once you have a chord track, simply come right over here, take those up, and, once you have a chord track, select the section that you want to generate the harmony. I often use the range tool for this. If it's too clunky, hit the letter J. So right now I could only snap like kind of in blocks. So once you hit J, that disable snap. Come right over here. And then once that's done, go to audio to generate harmony voices. And at that point, you can go to under the chords tab. If you don't see the chords, right click to set up sections. Make sure that chords is checked, and then you could just come right over here and change. the voices like that. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we see from HS Products, hi Greg, can I record MIDI chords for the rhythm and timing only, then use the Cubase chord track to correct the notes while keeping the exact placement and rhythm? If so, what's the best setup? Okay, so let's say I have a chord track here. I will just, let's say I will erase these events here. So I want to come over here and I'm just going to play the piano. All right, and I'm going to play one chord in MIDI just over and over again. So let's say I come over, I'll just put on my click track. All right, if I hit record, that would help. All right, so I'll just rewind. So I'm just going to record one chord and the rhythm here. So all right, so let's say I have this, and now, so we have one chord that's just played. Let's say I'm not a keyboard player. So what I could do now is we have a chord track, and I have a chord track with chord progression. So I'll move these closer together so they're visually aligned. So what I want to do now is to select the track where the events are. And we'll say, okay, we have our chords tab. If you don't see it, right click to set up sections. Make sure that the chords are visible. And we will say, let's follow the chords. All right. And we could just choose to follow directly. And now as we play this, so once you have kind of a performance, if your keyboard isn't your particular instrument, at that point, now when we look at this, we want to select the track. We could come right over here and choose to follow the chords. We could adjust voicings if we wanted to. But just come directly over here and just choose to follow chords and then the event. So if I come here, let's say I change this chord, let's say from a G to an A chord, then we could just see that that will automatically. So once you have that particular part, select the track, go to the chords, and you want it to follow the chords. You could also do follow the chords and scales. You're just doing, particular, like for bass, you could just choose root notes only, and then you could take your performance of just one random chord and have it automatically follow the chords from the chord track. So let me know if that's what you wanted to see. All right, so you see from Robert Higgins, says, look like you missed my question from earlier. So let me see if I missed it. Sorry if I did, it wasn't intentional. All right. Wonderful to see Best Korean Jesus on. I'm sorry if I did miss your question. Sorry about that. Let me see if I missed any others. Sorry about that, Robert. Thanks for re-asking your question. Apologize for that. And if I, for anyone, if I missed your question and you see me do the question before and after, just please feel free to type it in again. Sorry about that. All right, Marky Mad asks, hi Greg, can you tell me how to get back to 100% display size from 125% in Nuendo 15 Pro? I switched and can't find a way back to 100%. All right, so I believe if we come over here, it's going to be the same in Nuendo and Cubase. If we go to your settings and we go to user interface, you'll see application scaling. So here we can see like plus 25%. And then if that's like, okay, how do I get back? You can just come right over here, go to, again, to your Cubase menu if you're on Mac, or it's going to be your preferences under the edit menu. On Windows, go to select the user interface, and then you'll see application scaling, set it to default. So now when you come over here, you can hit apply, and now you have your default scaling back or change it to another factor. Great. We see Jackie Barr had a problem emailed in that got solved. Great. Audi Lee wants people to hit the like button. Jackie Barr just says, with new capability to make folders into groups, is there still any place for VCAs working on my templates? So yeah, I think VCAs are still very important and still relevant with the folders from groups. And, just in case you're not familiar with kind of the benefits of a VCA, we can now just come over. Let me just, I think I have. Set up. So especially if you're, if you have a lot of automation. So, it could depend if you're using, how you're, want to utilize VCA. So let's say, come over here, let's say. Okay, so I have, let's say, all of my drums going on here. Just going to adjust the settings here. Okay, and let me just think in this particular example, I may have some automation. See if all right. Right, so let's say on my drums I have automation. I'll just enable. All right, so I can see that I have my drums here, and I have automation going on in the drums, and we have kind of contrary motion going on. Now, even though I have these in a folder with group track, I could adjust the volume of all those down. But many times when I adjust the volume down, let's say if I go to my snare drum and I have reverb for my snare. So I'm just going to come here. All right, so when I bring this down, now I can have different amounts of the snare hitting the reverb. Now, if I wanted to, again, maintain these, what I could do is I'm going to right-click and let's add a VCA to the selected tracks. So, it makes a lot of sense often to have both groups and VCAs. And where the VCA makes a big difference is if you have existing automation. So I'm going to add the VCA fader to the selected tracks. And as you can see, that is going to be placed within the particular folder with group track. So within the folder with group track, we can still have our VCA. So as I adjust this, we see our faders kind of moving. Red faders here. So when I bring this down, even though I'm bringing it down, we still see the existing automation. And if we listen to that snare, I'll just mute. It doesn't affect the gain staging of my effect sends. So as we listen to the snare, it's still hitting the reverb the same amount because the VCA does not sum. So when I come over here, I bring this up. We're not feeding more of that snare into the effect send. So that relationship of the gain with the sends has not been affected. And if I want to automate my VCA, I come right over here. Just wait for it to start here. So I bring it up and you can see some of the tracks will go in contrary motion. So they're not linked together. So you can see my VCA automation. All right, now let's look at the individual tracks. So when I go to the individual tracks here and we look at their volume automation, we can see perhaps like their automation, and then we see kind of overlaid the VCA automation. So let's go up to, let's say, like our kick track here. We can see kind of the actual automation kind of overlaid with the VCA. So if I now wanted to kind of coalesce or combine those automations, I could just click right there and I could see kind of the effect of the VCA, the volume automation coupled with the VCA. So even though we have folder with group tracks and it's very convenient, it's a feature that a lot of people wanted, a simplified manner of doing that, coupling that with a VCA for when you have existing automation and when you have like your effect sends set up so that the balance between the channel going into the effect send isn't altered, the VCAs are really helpful for that. So if you have the option, it's always good to use kind of a combination when needed. So that way you're not kind of stuck and kind of in a particular area where it's like, oh, if I could only do this later. Great. Great. The Melissa Music asks, hi Greg and all of you from Greece. Why on earth can't we have the ability to use two tools at the same time? When editing, Alt plus click would be an idea. Great time saver. So a lot of the tools do, depending on your functions. So let's say if I come over here, just take this guitar part here. All right. So, there's a lot of, so let's say if I'm here, I have my selection tool. If I wanted to hold down my Alt key, like you suggested, I go to the bottom, I can split. I can come over here. So just my Alt key, I can split. Now if we're using kind of the combined tool, so once we activate this directly up here at the top, when I go to the top, it acts like a range selection tool. So if I wanted to adjust the gain, just on one particular part. I could come here, say, okay, that's an annoying breath. I could just, again, come here. Let's adjust our gain. Now I wanted to do like a fade out. I wanted to come here. I wanted to move the event. I wanted to split the event. Again, Alt and Option. And I could, just kind of come right over here and, just hit delete or backspace to erase. So a lot of the tools already have multi-functions. So again, just like, if you, instead of having to switch to the scissors tool, which you could do to cut, just hold down the Alt and Option key and you can cut using the object selection tool directly there as well. So let me know if that's helpful for you. So, and a lot of tools can also have kind of, different kind of enhanced functionality when holding down the Alt or Option key. So if I wanted to come here and split at every bar, I could hold down the Alt or Option key and make a split. If I wanted to, if I had parts that I wanted to mute, I could hold down. I want to mute everything from there. I could, just come over and be able to, apply, there's a lot of additional functionality that you could access from using the modifier keys with the same tool. So if you're not familiar with it, check out some of those. And you could customize your own actions if you go to the preferences or settings and go to tool modifiers. So we can see that for the select tool, if we hold down, edit velocity, we could do, command or control plus S, option plus shift to set the cursor position. So you could modify these particular modifier keys in conjunction with different tools directly from here. All right. Great. So you see Gareth says, hope all is well for you and the family. So we're doing great. Hope you are well as in addition to me. All right, so we see from Wolfic, it says, thank you, Greg. I'll email you about the expression maps. What was the mail again? So you could always send messages for the live stream to clubcubase@steinberg.de. So clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, we see Gareth's daughter Lola is having fun in a theme park in Catalonia. Say hello to her for us. All right, so we see from HS Products, it says, Greg, how can I make two loops alternate automatically? Loop 1 plays only during gaps in loop 2 and stops when loop 1 starts. I like to work with both MIDI and audio tracks in Cubase. All right, so let's see if we get this going for you here. Great, so let's say we have loop here. Sorry about that. Great. Please volume down. All right, so let's say we have a loop here. So let me just great. All right, so let's say I have one loop there. Let me just grab another loop. Okay, so I'll just color these differently. Okay, so you want to make 2 loops alternate automatically. Loop 1 plays only during gaps in loop 2 and stops when loop 2 starts. Right, so let's say we'll say this is loop 1, loop 2. Right, so let's say maybe I want over here, just get rid of some areas here. All right, so let's see if we could do this maybe in the part editor. This might be a good use case for the part editor. All right, so let me build this in the part editor. All right, so if you're not familiar with the part editor, all right, so I'm going to say events to part, and let's just double click here. So there's, we could do parts as, we could do parts and events. All right, so right now I could come over here. I have kind of a different editor. So this isn't necessarily a sample editor. We could think of a part editor as being more kind of in line for, creating, like a collection of events. So I'm going to come over here and let's just copy this a couple of times. Okay, now within the part editor, I want to, let's just take out some portions. I'll take my snap off here. So I want to cut this out. I want that to be cut out of there. This to be cut here. Let's copy this again. So hold down my Alt or Option key. So we'll enlarge our part. Okay, so now what I want to do, I'm going to just drag this down. Right, so let's say now I drag this here and I make it, all right, so let's say I want these to alternate. Okay, so I'm going to take this particular event and drag it over top. And then when I go to the center, let's say if I want to make a copy, so hold down my Alt or Option key. So I want to fill in the gap with this. I can now just click in the bottom center area. Again, hold down my Alt, and then we could choose which one is on top in between. So if we needed to alternate, if this is kind of what you want it to accomplish, we can now just take this, our kind of rock drum loop, have our other loop, and then where we had gaps, we can just alternate between the two. I'll just take the cycle mode off. Now, once I've kind of built it in the part editor, I could now just come right over here. So I'd say, okay, I want to take this particular part and we could duplicate that. And that way we could alternate between two different events. So again, you could start off by going to select both of the events, go to audio, and you want to say, turn into part. So you could just say, you'll see turn events to part. And then once you're in the part editor, so if you wanted to just alternate and have it fill in gaps, you could just kind of treat it like that. So let me know, HS Products, if that's helpful for you. that's what you want to do, or if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so we see from Jackie Barr, says, it'd be great if the color settings for the general interface still had color wheels to choose the full color palette instead of the sliders, which are very limiting. Let's take a quick look. So we'll come over here to the settings or preferences, depending on your OS. Let's get to our general colors. All right, so I think if we come over here, so it may be just kind of, different representation, but I think that you could still, like, as you want to adjust the color settings here, you can make it darker. You could put more red in if we want it more yellow. So it's just kind of a different representation. I'll make sure to pass that along as feedback. But seeing the big color wheel, could be a little more obvious, but I think that you can kind of find, most, working between these two to be very similar. So if I wanted that to be more red, then we could make the red darker here as well. And you could also just kind of use your mouse scroll wheel to adjust as well. Great, so my chat field jumped. Okay, Jay the Jolly asks, when you select a start and end point at the top, it usually turns blue when you enable it to loop. In one of my projects, it randomly decided to turn yellow instead. How did I do this exactly? All right, so a lot of times you may have an event that is when the cycle is turned on, that you'll see this like a blue that's indicated. So if you see it turn to a different color, try going to your transport and locators. If it looks like this, it could be that the left locator is after, like the start locator is after the right locator. So try going to your transport menu on that project to locators and choose exchange left and right locators. And some people wonder, why would you ever want the locators reversed? One of the things that you could do with reversed locators is, let's say if I was trying out an arrangement for a song, and I wanted to see what it's like if I just skipped like a region. So I will come over here, let's invert. So I'll go to my locators, I'll exchange my left and right locators. So now when we play, you'll notice that once it gets to this point, it's automatically going to jump and skip this section of the locators. So I'll come here, and with cycle mode on, when it gets there, it'll just immediately skip that area. So if you wanted to try to see what it's like going to, in an arrangement to see what it's doing, but to immediately get it back to functioning as traditional left and right locators that come kind of in order, where left locator plays before the first one, transport menu to locators to exchange left and right locator positions. Great. All right, so we see Guy0919 says, isn't prepare archive enough if we want to open that project in a new PC, as prepare archive collects all samples in the project folder. So since Groove Agent, so generally yes, but with Groove Agent is a standalone plugin. Groove Agent can run standalone. Groove Agent can run as a plugin in other host applications. So it's not, the samples aren't automatically backed up into the project folder. So if you have the drum machine, which is embedded in Cubase, the sampler track, which is embedded in Cubase and can't run outside of the Cubase environment, those samples can automatically be incorporated into the project folder. But since Groove Agent is a standalone tool and those samples could be utilized from anywhere and used in other programs, that's why you would want, if you want it archived with the program, you would then save it as you'd do the export kit with samples into the project folder itself. So, and that's not the case with the, sampler track and the drum machine, since you can't utilize these outside of the Cubase environment. But again, since Groove Agent is a plugin, that's why the samples will be stored in kind of a, into a non-specific, location. Let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we see Vince says, I have a problem with Wavelab. I forgot how to set up the album wizard and get the track to play with markers. Okay, so let's go to Wavelab. Okay, so let's say I was doing, let's do a new audio montage here. All right, so I want to import, let's say I have, my audio files that are laid out for me, or I'll just start here. So let's say I've laid out my audio files in my montage for mastering. So when I go to the album tab, at this point, we would see the functions, and we could come right over here to Album Wizard. This would take kind of all of the tracks that are in the montage and create the album for you directly there. And that adds all of the PQ codes, all of the markers for the particular project. So once you have the tracks in the montage, in the left-hand window, you'll see the album tab kind of up in the upper left-hand zone. Go to functions and then just go to album wizard directly there. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Vince. Okay, HS Products asks, when using chord track, is there a fast way to audition all possible notes that fit each chord without missing any option? I want C14 to exclude notes that clash and let me cycle through compatible notes. Okay, so let's start off here. this. Let me just revert it since we did this pretty good. All right, so let's say we have a chord track laid out for us at the top here. Just okay, and let's say as I come over here, I have these chord tracks. All right, so let me just. Right, so let's say I want to okay, so it says, is there a fast way to audition all possible notes that fit each chord without missing any option? So one of the things that you could do is, let's say I have a D chord here, D major. So if I click here, so let's say I just want to turn off adaptive voicings. So here I could play this D chord, and let's come over and I can say, okay, let's listen to. So if you want to like audition different like voicing options for the chord, you could just do like your first and second inversions. And let's say, okay, I want these for, basic chord voices. So like not for a piano player. Or if I wanted these for guitar, so you may have to turn off the adaptive voicings on the chord track. So now as we do this, you could have guitar voicings directly for that, or if you want it to be more complex, piano voices. And there are also, when we do this, you could say, okay, I want for pop music. So all the same chord, we could say, okay, instead of that, I wanted it for jazz chord voicings. So you could have like 5 notes in the chords. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do to be able to kind of try out the different chords. And as you do this, you can monitor the chord here as long as you have the track set up for monitoring. And it will show you the chords that are being utilized in that particular. So you could also do stuff like that. So you have really awkward chord progressions. You can try out different chords as well. So let me know if any of that's helpful for you. Here it said 2 months free of docking. All right, so we see Brian Sawyers at Charlotte, North Carolina airport heading home. It's not a fun airport if you have a connection. All right, been there many times. Okay, Gareth is telling people to remember to brutalize the like button. Robert Higgins says, thank you, Greg. All right, Jay the Jolly says, earlier showed how to generate harmony voices with the chord track. Can you do that again and try to solo the harmony voice so we can hear how natural or unnatural it sounds on its own? Let me see if I still have the project open. think I deleted those tracks. Let me see. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll listen to it here. Let's revert it and do it quickly again. See if I could just quick force quit. Great. All right, so we can take that and let's put it into chord track. All right, so I'll just take that phrase there. And we'll generate our harmony voices. All right, so let's do it kind of in context here. So it's 1. And listen to this, and then we'll solo it. So hear it. All right, so now if we solo those, we over. And this. And all together harmonies. And listen to the third harmony. And in context of the mix. And let's make this one a tenor and the chords. And then we could actually go in. We needed to, let's go in here into very audio. If we wanted to adjust the formants, it just on that one particular voice. Let's come right over here. Let's get to our fleet controls. We could shift the formats as well on the voice. Go the opposite way. Okay, and now alto. Listen to our two harmonies I'll load. Sorry, let's do the two generated harmonies I'll load. Let's listen to with the lead vocal. And now in context. So you can adjust performance within Vari Audio as well. So, or you could use like the pitch shift plugin. All right, Tim Weinheimer just asks, how do I get the nudge setting to display in the main window? I think they moved it, or I just have a brain cramp. Thanks. So make sure that when you right click, so generally by default, you could just right click in different areas and that'll bring up kind of like a setup window. Make sure that you have the nudge turned on there, and that's where you can see kind of the nudge settings. So if you want to move something by half note, you can come over here. It's nudge. So it may not be on by default. So right click and just make sure that the nudge here is activated. Garrett just saying Gregorio Symphonic. Jazz Dude sharing a link about the wavefold modulator. All right, so we see it says every time I open a project, it is opening the window about 1/3 of my screen, and I keep having to manually stretch them back out. Is there a setting somewhere to fix this? It only started recently. So make sure, I'm not sure if you're on Mac OS or Windows, but if you click on the maximize window, and then maybe like right after you do that, you save the particular project. So some operating systems, if there's another program that can open, that is open, another one kind of may get kind of shrunk down, but make sure that you use the maximize button in the window, and then try resaving and see if that helps. All right, so we see from HS Products, can Cubase detect the exact chords I play on my keyboard, place them in the chord track as played, and then suggest variations or alternative versions of those same chords? So, one area that you could do this, and the chord pads work in conjunction with like the, can work in conjunction with the particular like chord track. For instance, I have these chords in my chord track. I think we're in, looks like G major. So if I wanted to copy all the chords from the chord track to populate the chord pads, I could do that. So we can see now all of my particular chords in the project have now been So if I wanted to perhaps, you know, get rid of a particular chord just to free up a space. So let's say if I come here, we could choose to, you know, if we click on our MIDI icon right here, I could just play. I'm just going to randomly play a chord here. And then once the MIDI icon is turned on, you could, you know, just have it automatically populate the chord there. Now, once you have, let me just make sure I'm reading this. So once, like, let's say if we have the chord here, you could choose to, like, if you wanted to have different variations of the chord, place in the chord, and then place variations or alternative versions. So let's say if I'm here, I could also just choose to do different tensions. I could also just come over here and do different voicings. And then, of course, these can be just dragged directly to a chord track, like so. So if you want to try different chord voicings, and again, these chord voicings could be based on piano player, you know, so you could just kind of choose playing chords, or if you wanted to do patterns, so you could come right over here. So experiment. And then if you want to transpose and different tensions, so you can play around with that and then just populate the chord track from the chord pads. So let me know if that's kind of maybe aligned with what you want to do. All right, so we see from Flyv, who asked, can you explain the different types of exporting CD, unnamed and named? I believe it's probably in Wavelab. Not let me know. Okay, so let's say if we come over to our CD, we'll go to our album wizard here. Great. So I think if we want to come over here, so let's see if it's under export. All right, so if you wanted it to output directly to, you know, a CD, I believe that you can just come right over here. Let's see if it will. So it's looking for a CD to burn, or we could just do this as a DDP image. And again, a DDP image, if you're not familiar with, is memory serves description protocol. And a DDP image is kind of the data file that is used to generate an audio CD. If I want it, again, to export, so if you were sending it to like a CD manufacturing, you would probably send them a particular DDP image, and they would use that in their quality checks. And there is a free DDP player that's available on the Steinberg Download Assistant. But also when we come over, we can say, okay, if we wanted to, so if you want to deliver it as a CD, we could do it as a named file. So let's come over here. We could just give it, give it a name. So we could choose our, you know, so we could give it a name, or if you don't want to name a file, like if you want to just have something as unnamed, 01, unnamed 02. So now when we go to, export the file, we could do it as a named file or unnamed. Probably most situations it's going to be a named file. So if you want it to be multi, you could have the names carried over directly from the files themselves, or if you want it to be unnamed. So probably most people would do a named file so that you know exactly what the particular file you're exporting is afterwards. But if it was just a quick temporary thing just to listen to, an unnamed file may be okay. All right, so we see Terry Gray says VCAs and groups are the way to go for post mixes, and says I use them both all the time. Great. All right, so we see Cheyenne, Mazurali, Composer, Greg, is there a way in Cubase Pro to queue multiple alternate queue versions or export in a single batch? For example, I want to deliver full mix, no melody, and so on to a music library. Okay. Instead of manually muting tracks and exporting each version one by one, can Cubase automatically export these different queue versions from a single project? If not, is this something Steinberg is considering adding? Okay, so let's say there's a way I think we could do this pretty easily. So let's come over. Let's see if I have a quick Hanukkah sketch. All right, I'll just do a different project here. All right. All right, so if you have different elements broken up into, let's say you have a group with melody and a group, a group that has the melody and a group that doesn't have melody. All right, so let's come over here. Let's say, all right, so let's say for argument, we'll take our violins and so we'll say our violins are melody and our other instruments are backing. Okay. So I want to come over here. So let's add, and we could do this within the template. So most composers are working from within a particular template. I want to come over here. Let's add 2 group tracks. Okay. So we'll make these into stereo groups. Okay. Okay. So you'll come over here. So we have one group. I'll make another group. Okay. So let's say no melody. Okay. So right now we have nothing that's being routed to these particular groups. Right, so I'm going to go into my mix console and I'll just kind of do full screen mix console here. Let me see if I have something that's not MIDI tracks. See if I can find something quickly. Not, well, it's already. just for time. All right, so let's say. All right, so let's make 2 groups here. All right, so we have a bunch of instrument tracks. So let's make 2 group channels. All right, we'll make these stereo. Okay, so we'll call this melody and all instruments. Okay, so what we want to do is in our mix console over here, we want to make sure that we have, I think probably an easy way of doing this is just to say, we want to set up sections, and then we have something called direct routing. So we're going to activate direct routing. Okay, so, and then we want to go to the settings of the mixer, and you probably have groups that are set up already. This won't affect like your existing groups and group processing. So we could just say, okay, I want to come over here. We're going to activate direct routing summing mode on. So we're going to check that. Now what I want to do is, let's say I'm going to go to my direct routing, and I'm going to say, let's come over here to, we'll select all instruments. Great, and then we're going to make sure that we have our Q link turned on, and I'm just going to send these to all instruments group. Okay, so now as we play, you should see Great, so I'm going to select all these tracks, and I'm just going to turn on my all groups. So I'm just going to turn it on. So we see all instruments. Now as we play, we'll just wind here. So let's say we have this. So they're all going to my all instruments. Now let's say I want to now take all these instruments with my Q link turned on, and I want to route these to melody. All right. Great. So we're going to again turn on these particular instruments. Okay. So if we want to say, okay, these instruments are, and you could choose a different term, but let's say, okay, I wanted my trumpets and let's say trumpets, oboes to not be routed to the melody. I'm going to turn off my Q link. So basically, you know, my ones that are, and we could call this group no melody if you wanted to. So let's say, again, we want trumpets not to be in there. Let's say clarinet has melody. So if you have your template broken apart into tracks that have melody or not, so let's say, okay, we have violins 1 and 2. All right, so now we have one group that's all the instruments, one group that's all the instruments without the melody. Okay, so we will come over here, let's say, and we could rename that group just, okay, call this no melody. Okay, so let's say we've broken down our tracks into ones that are melody and ones that aren't. So at this point, when we go to our export audio mixdown, we can say, okay, we want to come over, we will see our group tracks. Right, so here we're going to say our all instruments. I'm going to come right over here. We will say, okay, we're going to have our export queue. So I will come over here. Let's add this to our queue. And now I want it, so we just have all of our instruments, and then we say we want the no melody queue here. So once I have this, I'm going to add that to my queue mix. And as we do this, we could just do our export audio mixdown. These could be at different bit depths, different sample rates, and that way we could have, and we could choose to name, so we could say, okay, on this one, we wanted trailer sketch. I could remove it from here. We'll say trailer sketch, no melody. So add that to the queue. So we could say, okay, this is the trailer sketch with all instruments. This is the trailer sketch with no melody. And then once you come over here, you just say start your queue export. And at that point, you could have your files, multiple versions rendered. So it could be no melody, just a backing track, or all instruments exported simultaneously. So set up basically 2 different buses. If you don't want it to interact with your current buses, at that point, use direct routing. So again, just clear my throat. Come over here to so set up the sections, make sure direct routing is turned on, and this just allows you to do routing to other buses without using your sends. And that way you could just say, okay, I want all of these particular groups. So I have one group that contains the melody, one group that contains everything. Once you have those routing set up, and that could be preserved in your template, come right over and just say, let's go to your export audio mixdown. At that point, you could choose melody, no melody, or all instruments. Add that. You want to make sure that your queue, so if you see your export queue, and at that point, you could just simply say, this is my full instrument. This is the mix with no melody. Add them both. They could have independent names, and then you could do a queue export. So you could do this for, 10 different versions. You could save each of those as presets, so you could call it up and have very quick exports. So let me know if that's helpful for you. Great. See, Gareth says, thanks for the message, Lola. Yeah, miss seeing her and hearing her on live streams. Great. We have Mark Brugler says, thanks for the VCA group fade explanation, and hello from Tucson. So, beautiful city. Haven't been there in a while. Thanks for your message. Sorry, all right, so my chat field jumped. All right, so we see David M. says, great to see you on, checking in from near Liverpool. And we see Soren from Sweden. Great. We see Rick from Bratman Studios. So it's a hot 86 degrees with 60% humidity. It's like you don't get a lot of sympathy from other places in America with 60% humidity. But we're glad that you're on the live stream with us. All right, Robert Higgins asks, is there a way to pitch shift a vocal without going into very audio? I don't want to use the transpose button at the top. Makes samples sound funny. Thanks for the help, Greg. All right, so there's a couple different approaches. So let's go ahead. Let me get something that has good vocal to listen to. Have something right up in there. All right, so there's several ways to do pitch correction on your vocal. All right, so let's say if we're here.
What did you say?
All right, so let's say if I'm here. So one of the ones that you could do, if you select this, there is a transpose here. Now that could change the characteristic of the music, and there are different algorithms. So let's say when we're doing this, you may try like an Elastic Pro, and let's say for pitch.
You were the party, the big events. I was your everything.
And then if you wanted to have formant.
Now I'm uninvited.
All right, so you could do that, and that could give you, depending on the particular file, you could experiment with some of the different time stretching algorithms. Now, one that I find to be really good, and this is introduced in Cubase 15.
I'm on the outside.
If you go to the pitch shift category, there's a pitch shifter.
Close sign up on your heart. All the lights went out and it got dark. Where do I
And
go
here we
from
can
here?
adjust the format.
Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
So if you wanted to just kind of come over here, so you could do.
I plan on loving you forever. Didn't you see the way I looked at you?
I fell right through. I do it
So say.
all for you. I'm uninvited.
So you could blind it with the original.
I'm on the outside looking in. You put the close sign up on your heart. All the lights went out and it got dark. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm uninvited.
So check out like the pitch shift plugin, because you get some great results and different results with that. So, but always experiment with some of the different like algorithms. So the default maybe kind of like an older algorithm, you may get better, and it could really vary depending on a particular file. So once you're in the Elastique, you may get better options there as well. All right, so we see Soul Sound Official says, "Hi Greg, the aux control is a bit fiddly. Sends. Is there a way to have sends on fader option rather than using the little controls?" I don't think that it used to be. I would say that there used to be much smaller. So let's say if we're on our send here, we can see that you have kind of a pretty good target to hit for that. And let's say if we are in our kind of full screen mixer, I think that, that's not, there isn't necessarily a way to flip the sends to the faders. I know that's kind of more of a live, like a concert mixing paradigm and workflow. But you could do it with a control surface. To flip it down to a control surface layer. So you could do it that way from a control surface if you wanted to flip it down using like the MIDI remote. But I think that, that's, it used to be, and let me just see if there's, it used to be like some different settings, like I think for inserts. So let's say if I come here and I just have compressor that, so here we can see like, bigger inserts. Let me just see if there's something similar. So, if you come here and right click, you could, if you want to see it bigger, try right clicking there and you'll see show sends as, send destination, and gain, so that you could have kind of like a bigger target to work with. But, there is a way to, if you have a control surface, to flip the sends to the control surface. So if you wanted to do that, you can do it. It doesn't necessarily do it from the mix console, but if you have a control surface, there are ways of doing it. And I do have if you go to the Cubase YouTube channel, there's a Q&A video I did on that, and I could show it on the next live stream if you want me to get it set up on my new computer. Just let me know, and you could email me, leave a comment in the discussion, or just email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, we see Sable Winters joining from San Francisco Bay Area. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. All right, so we see from Steve Green 57 says, "Hi, imported WAV file plays at different speed in Cubase. I changed the sample / bit rate to match and now plays at correct speed. I open a different project, a new project plays at the WAV file project. Is there a way of setting only the WAV file project and not any new project sample bitrate, not to open the imported WAV setting?" So if you, just reread this one more time. Is there a way to set only the WAV file project and not any project sample rate? All right, so when you do this, right, so there are settings here. So if you go to editing to audio, on importing audio files, to automatically convert to the project settings if needed. So that way, if you have, generally you don't have to change the bit depth. It's only going to be the sample rate that would affect the pitch. So you don't have to do 2 stages of conversion. But if you have, your project's at 48K and you have a 44.1 file with this preference checked, you could just have it whatever If the sample rate needs to be converted, at that point, when you import the file, it's automatically converted for you directly there. So I would try to set that and see if that kind of, mitigates the problem for you. So let me know if that's helpful. All right. So we see from David M. just says, wow, that locator thing is great. Never knew that one. Okay. HS Products says, can I set up 2 MIDI tracks so track 2 only plays or records notes in the empty spaces of track 1? I want Cubase to automatically block any track 2 note that overlaps with the MIDI note on track 1. All right, so let's give it a shot. Figure something out with on top. Just populate this with some MIDI notes. Okay, so let's take a 4-bar MIDI pattern here. Copy this and let's convert. Have different. Okay, so let me just change the color of this here. All right, copy this a couple times. Create some gaps. Okay, so let's say I have this, and let's create some gaps in our MIDI event. Okay, so let's say tempo. All right, so let's reread this again. Okay, so only track 2 players or records notes in the empty spaces of track 1. Okay, so we set up 2 MIDI tracks. Okay, so let's come over here. Duplicate this track and let's erase the events. And I'll recolor this track here. Okay, so let's say I'm playing along, and I will. All right, so these are overlapping. So let's see what happens if I drag this track over and then say, right, so we want these to be kind of filled in the gaps. Let's see if we. I think I could make, so if you want this to like automatically fill in, so let me know if you have this, and I'm just going to colorize the event here so we can see the event. So let's say these are overlapping. So HSP products, let me know if you want this event to kind of nudge up. So if I come here, and if this is what you want to do, so that it's all on one particular track, if that's what you want to do, I think I could make a macro to do that, to automatically select the range, go down, and I won't necessarily spend 10 minutes doing it on the live stream today, but if that's kind of what you want to do, HSP products, I think I could do that in a macro if the two events are like, one's on top of the other. But I think I could create a macro to do that. This is recorded the track too. So let me know if you need it to be recorded only in the empty spaces, or if it could just kind of be moved up like that. If this is the end result, then I think I could create a macro for doing that. But if I'm misunderstanding, just let me know. Great. Okay, so we see Ivy Bros says, I want the audio editor to open where my cursor is located. Right now it seems to open randomly to different parts of the song. Artist 15. All right, so let me just drag an audio file over and we'll duplicate it. All right, so let's say if I have, all right, so let's say if I have multiple events here, off very audio tab. Okay, so you see Ivy Rose says, I want the audio editor to open where my cursor is located. Right now it seems to open randomly. All right, so let's say if I'm here, so my cursor is in the middle of the file. Let's come over. So let's say I'll You just duplicate this a bunch of times to make it a longer audio file. Okay, so I'm going to bounce the selection here. All right, so let's say my cursor is at measure 57. Okay, so let's say I'm in my MIDI editor here. I'm going to double click. All right, so as soon as you hit play, the position is automatically updated. So let's say, let's just say my cursor is at 67-ish, right? Before 68. I come over here, let's open this audio editor. I'm gonna double click here. So it may go directly to the start, but as soon as you hit play, it's then updated. But let's see if there's like one of the transport settings. It's a different behavior of this, so you don't have to hit play. Great, so let's say our start mode is, say, from the project cursor position. Okay, and let me, all right, so as soon as the, transport, so let's say if I'm playing along here, I'm at measure 33, I don't have follow turned on. All right, I go to another editor, we open that, I come here, we can see that I'll let this go off the screen. I'll turn off the follow here. So let me know if follow is turned on in the editor. So let's say if I'm here. And now I go to this audio event, see that, and I double click here. So maybe let me know if hitting play automatically like puts the position of the sample editor. So maybe taking it from the beginning of the sample, but if you hit play, let me know if it updates for you as expected. I'll do some more research on that over the weekend to see if I could come up with a better solution. But let me know if that's as soon as you hit play, or while you're playing, you open the audio editor. So let's say if I'm here and we're playing. So as soon as I go to the audio editor there, it's automatically, while it's playing, updates to that particular, to the play position for you. And let me know if it's the part editor or the sample editor if I have the wrong editor as well. All right, so we see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello. All right, so we see from Grace Sonamore, is there a settings section for the visibility zones? I'm asking because I would like to have certain track types load onto various parts of the mixer automatically. All right, let me open up kind of a larger project here. Let's open up another one. All right, so now when I come to, let's see if I, all right, so say I go to my mix console here, I have lots of different tracks could utilize here. Okay, so let's say I only want to see, all right, so we'll come over here to our, so we can say, okay, we can see set channel type filter. So let's say I only want to see audio and instruments. So right now, so you see this little icon, this would allow you to filter different track types into Mixer. And then we could add a configuration and just say audio and MIDI. Now let's say I want to see only my effect, VCA, and group channels. All right, so I will just come over here. The group effect, VCA. So let's add a configuration. All right, so once we could filter specific channel types, but we could also just come right over here and now I could say, okay, I just want to see my audio and MIDI. I just want to see my group effects in VCA. I just want to see vocals. So if I want to only see, let's say there's vocals in this particular project. So we will come over here and like we could just quickly say, okay, show all tracks. So, okay, so let's say I want to only see, I think there's some vocals. All right, so let's say I want to see only my vocal groups here. Okay, and what I can do now is once I have that as my configuration, my visibility set, again, come right over here, add a configuration, let's say vocals. So I could just come over here, there's my audio and MIDI, here's my group and effects, and here's vocals only. So let me know if that, like to have certain track types load onto various parts of the mixer. And then if you wanted to come over here, so let's say, if you want your groups and effects in VCA, so let's say, okay, I want my groups. If you go to your zones, we could just say, okay, I want, these groups to be anchored to the right-hand zone. So we could update that configuration. So we come over here. So there's no zones in our audio MIDI. We go to our group and effects tracks. We could anchor particular groups or particular tracks over here. So in the mixer, and if you don't see that area, make sure that you have the channel visibility configuration when you right click in this area, that you have the channel visibility configuration active right there. Great. Thanks for joining in the live stream. Great. So we see John Barry says, nice breeze in the bay, taking from the English Riviera. Hope everyone is well in Cubase world. We see Tiago joining from Brazil. Great. We see Beverly Beatty quickly popping in to say hi from Vancouver. Thanks for joining us. We'll try to add a cowbell in honor of Beverly. As he says, no cowbells were harmed in this live stream. All right. All right, so we see from HSP Products, if I create a bass line linked to the chord track, is there a way to cycle through all the bass notes that fit each chord while Cubase changes only to the notes that are harmonically correct at that position? All right, so jump back, different project here. Okay, so let me just, I have just a synth bass part here. All right. All right, so we have a chord track. So we go to the synth bass part. Okay, so let's Right, so I'm just going to duplicate this a couple times here. All right, so let's say we have our bass note. So I want to tell this to, all right, so I'm going to go into, so let's say I just have, mute this. All right, so let's say, and we don't have this currently following the chord. So we have a chord track laid out for us here. I'm going to go into the full screen MIDI editor. So we have just a bunch of E notes here. I'm going to activate my global tracks and let's show our chord track. Let's go to the scale assistant here. And our scale assistant, we want to come over and we're going to use our chord track. And now we could say, let's snap pitch editing. And there's also a mode here where you can say, show pitches from the scale assistant. So now I could make sure that this particular note, since we are in, let's say, D major, so I will just come over here. Now I can't move the note out of the key of the particular song. So I'm restricted to have these notes only. And so we could see that these are going to be in key. Now, if you wanted to only be within the particular chord, we could change the color scheme here to scales and chords. So, we can, and let's look at kind of the legend for this. So when we go to our setup, we could say that the pitch is not in the current scale. So these notes are in the key, but not in the chord. So this way I could visually say, okay, once I take this particular note, so this is in the key, this is in the actual chord itself, and it's fine to have notes that aren't in the chord, but as I come over here, I could just change the particular pitch so that as it's moved, that we could make it fall within the particular chord as it's being moved here. So you could just judge that based on the color. But again, in the color scheme, just make sure that you have the notes. We can show kind of all of your notes here. So if I move this note here and I have like snap pitch editing off, we're not restricting it. I can move it. So like this note is out of key, not in the chord. This note is in the key. Just we could tell by the color. That note is out of key. This note is within the chord. So we can just, judge that based on the particular colors of notes as well. But, and if you're worried about, some people are so worried about, a note that's out of key is going to prove them not a real musician. Real music has accidental notes. that are out of key and out of chords for passing tones. It's been, utilized by Bach to the Beatles to, Michael Jackson to Prince to R&B stuff. So it's not if it sounds good, it sounds good. But if you want to always be in chords, for a bass part, just simply come over here. And then as you adjust, you can automatically see based on the color of the note if that particular note is in the chord, in the scale, or out of the scale. There's a fourth color that could be it's in the chord, but the chord is out of the key. So great. See Beverly shopping for a new cowbell. All right, so we see from FlyV, just says, are all the tracks left in one lineup? Mine are set up on two. So let's come back to Wavelab. So either way would work. So once you have a montage editor in Wavelab, you could choose to have it alternate. Mastering engineers coming from other softwares. I personally like to have it all in one particular track. Many people will choose to alternate. So if we just kind of, I think if we come over here, we could just stagger clips across two tracks if you wanted to. So, but even when we do this and we go to our album wizard, we can see that all of the tracks are still there. So, or if you right click, we could stagger, so we could convert, so we could just simply add multiple tracks. So if you wanted to just kind of visualize each track differently, so you could do that, or have it all on one single track if that's your preferred kind of perception of how it should be displayed, to visualize crossfades a little better. All right, the buy-in be music. Right? Hello, Greg. Can you help me understand why and when to use ASIO Guard and when not to? Says you're doing an awesome job. Thank you. So what ASIO Guard allows you to do is, let's say we have a large project, all right, and when we're dealing with your audio performance, we utilize an ASIO driver, or on a Mac OS, it's a core audio driver, but it'll appear to be an ASIO driver. And we have a buffer size, all right? So we have a buffer of 512 samples. So the higher the buffer, the less audio performance strain there is on your computer. Think of it like a conveyor belt. So if you had a conveyor belt that was going at, that had one item every 512 seconds, and you put that item from the conveyor belt into a box, that is easier function to perform than if you had one at every 32 seconds. Let's say it's a big object, you got to lift it up, walk it over to a different part, put it into a box, walk back. So if you have like 512 samples to do that, that's easier. We'll say seconds for just the analogy, versus 32 seconds to do the same task. So for many times, once we have audio that's been recorded, we could let that play at the 512 rate. But why we want a lower rate is so that when we are recording, we have a minimized latency. So if we're wanting to record with effects, that we could have the lower latency so that there's less of a delay. It's less kind of confusing for the performer because the timing is tighter. So what ASIO Guard is going to allow you to do is to say, okay, all these tracks that are playing back, they could play back at a higher buffer size. But when I go to a track and I put it into record, what I want is for that particular audio interface, this one, when we have ASIO this one track that's in record enable is running at the lower latency, and the other tracks that are not record enabled, where it's not as critical, are playing at a higher latency. So if you're in a project and you have a lot of plugins, now latency is caused by not only the buffer size, and that's the 512 seconds to do a task versus the 32 seconds to do a task. And again, this is all going to be in samples, not seconds. But just for the analogy that, we don't necessarily need the lower buffer for stuff that's already in the box per se. So we want to be able to run the other tracks at a higher latency. So latency could be caused by the buffer size, but also by plugins. So with ASIO, the other tracks are running at higher latencies, and the track that you're recording to is running at the latency that you see specified in your audio system when you go to the control panel. So that way we could have less overall audio performance, and only the track that's record enabled is really or monitored is going to be the track that runs at the lower latency. So many times if you're working on a project and let's say you have lots of plugins, now plugins, we could think of the cost of using a plugin, think of it like a tax. It's going to be and that tax can be latency. So plugins that look ahead may have higher latencies. So if you wanted to quickly bypass plugins that have that higher tax, that higher latency, we can just come right over here and there's a constrained delay compensation. So plugins that are running at higher latencies that could cause a monitoring delay while you record, you can come right over here and deactivate those particular plugins, disable those plugins so that they don't impose a latency. And instead of having to turn off multiple plugins, you could just hit one button for enabling constrained delay compensation or turning it on or off right here in the lower left-hand side. So a lot of times, just you could leave the ASIO set for the defaults. But again, it's kind of a multi-tiered system for latencies, so that only the tracks that are monitored or record enabled are running at the true buffer size latency. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we see Eddie on drums says hello from Southwest Oklahoma, says I have Wavelab Elements. Where can I find mastering tutorials? There's probably lots of mastering tutorials on, on YouTube. Let me know if there's like a specific thing that you want to know on mastering tutorials. I know that you could see, there are some interviews we've done with mastering engineers, so you can see Michael Romanowski, who's on the live streams frequently. Also, like legendary mastering engineers like Greg Lukens, so there are, several interviews with mastering engineers, but let me know if there's like a specific thing that you want to see be done directly in Wavelab for your mastering, and be happy to show that to you, Eddie on drums. All right, so Jay the Jolly says, seeing you solo the harmony voices earlier, so they essentially work the same as if you cloned the recording and tuned it with very audio, but automatic. Could be interesting for background effects. Yeah, so it's kind of like that, but it's automatically going to move the pitch in relation to, so it's going to do an analysis of the chord in the chord track. And that analysis is automatically going to be the basis for what notes the harmonies get moved to. So it's going to be musically correct and kind of relate it to the chord track that you have. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin checking in from Montana. Everyone give a big woof to Stella, Mark Rabin's dog. It says she just took a swim in a creek and is happy and is ready to learn. Great to see you on. All right, and we see Peter checking in from Montreal. Hope you're well. All right, we see Jay the Jolly said, just giving some advice, says if you've ever had to handle recordings from someone who cannot sing, tell them to start they do not become convinced that they could sing full Dunning-Kruger after hearing the tuned vocals. It's happened. I believe it, so. Great, so we see Mark Rabin just asking if anyone's here from Phoenix. I think we had someone from Tucson who's on earlier. John Barry says that Club Cubase is now complete, that Mark Rabin is on with Stella, his dog. See Mark Rabin launched the startup Go Kylo in Phoenix yesterday. Congratulations. Best of luck to you with it. All right, so we see Mark Rabin says, I got a question. It's redundant, but I need to know. So I got a 33 song file as one file, left, right, 2-track. Left is less volume than right. Is there a way to improve the left channel balance? Okay, so I think I'll show it in Cubase, and Wavelab has a really slick function for this. Let me just come over. I'll just do new project and let's import audio file. Not an audio CD, sorry. All right, so if you look at this file, we could see that that we're going to have kind of our left and right channels. Let's look at, if we come over here to our inserts, that our left channel is hotter than our right channel. So just take this off. All right, so I'll just put this on like a frequency. Or just go to our supervision plugin. All right. So what you could do is just kind of take this file. If I was doing it in Cubase, I would just go to like my stereo combined panner. And let's say we need to give it more balance on the right. So now I could send, so as I adjust my stereo, so I could just kind of move this over. So you could just kind of take this. Now, if we were doing this in Wavelab, Wavelab has like a function to kind of normalize the panning of it. So I'm not sure if you have Wavelab, Mark. I think you do. All right, so let's say I want to take this file here, and we will just kind of come, let's edit the source. All right, so once I come over here, let's get to, I think it's maybe under process that we could go to our pan. Right, and we see a pan normalizer. So this would analyze the channel difference. So there's like 5.73 dB loudness difference. And now when I hit apply, now we could have kind of the same exact kind of left, right. So before, I need, but she ain't you. So again, in Wavelab, if we just go into the audio editor and go to pan, you could just apply, figure out what the difference is between the left and right channels. You could also remove the DC offset, but you could, at that point, just do the pan normalizer, and that will take your 2 tracks. So again, if we undo that, you see the difference in the meters here. Need you call, popping another top and with the pan normalizer. At a photo on your wall. So if you have Wavelab, that's great, and if you don't, you just get the Wavelab trial version. Do it quickly. So but it's a great function in Wavelab just to kind of fix that type of problem. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Mark. Okay. Sable says, thanks for the DDP demo. She needed that information. Great. So we see Gerald Ely on from Martinez, California. Thanks for joining. Well, lots of questions today, lots of activity. Great. Sorry, Chatfield jump. Let me go back. All right, so we see from Cheyenne Mazrahi, says, thank you, that was very helpful. That was with the dual export. All right, Skippy Webb asks, what is the difference between use of CC automation in the automation lanes in the project window versus in the key editor? Okay, so let's just come over here. So when we have a VST instrument, we can just, basically take that and, we could automate the parameters, but VST instruments also accept MIDI CC data. So some people may, they've been doing sequencing for a long time, may choose to just, want everything, many long-time film composers, I will see that they often want to have everything contained in the particular event. So let's say if I come over here and I move my modulation wheel. All right, so I'm going to just come over here and let's say I record just that chord here. All right, so say we're playing this chord. All right, so let's say I want to record my modulation wheel. So when I record this, I'm recording MIDI data. Okay, so when we go back and we double click, we could say, okay, we want to show all of our, so we'll say, okay, I want to see my modulation data. So we can see that I've written my modulation data there. So that's MIDI CC data. So when I move the part, that automation data is automatically moves within that particular part. Now, as we said before, we could also, when we open up the plugin, we could just write automation. So I'm not going to place Cubase into record. And what I'm going to do now is as we play, I'm going to automate the plugin. All right, so we come over here and see if we just let me just record. So generally this would, so if we record that, we could then just record it as, let's see if, as our automation data, and our automation data could just show up in like our automation lanes here. So often these automation lanes, so let's say we have this automated, these automation lanes can, like as we would go back here, you just have, you know, the parameters of the plugins that are automated. Now, automation, we could easily take this automation and, you know, duplicate it. We can treat this so, but we could have it as automation that's on the project window or MIDI CC data that's going to be in the event itself. So, you know, the handling will be pretty similar, but, you know, there will be kind of differences of like, you know, how you want to see the data presented. Do you want to be able to edit it directly with the MIDI data in the MIDI editor? Then you could use the, you know, just use the, you know, MIDI CC data right there. And you could, and that's always going to be in that particular event. So whereas automation can be tied directly to the project window. But two different ways. So find that people that have been doing MIDI a long time, that started with sound modules and synthesizers and hardware, tend to write the CC data into part. People that have grown up in the VST generation for the last 27 years will tend to often use automation. Both can work, and both are valid, and both make a lot of sense. See, Daltro Vieira official just saying nice live, so thanks for joining us. Ely says that vocal pitch shifting demo is disturbing. Okay, so we see, is there a way to adjust a tempo track in real time by clicking the tap tempo button while recording? So I don't think it's gonna, I'm not sure if it's gonna be written as tempo data. So, you know, if you're gonna be doing that for audio, that could kind of throw off audio if everything is not set into musical mode, like during the recording process. You could do it after recording, but let's say if I'm just here and I'm just recording, then we just want to so let me just add a tempo track. Okay, so let me add tempo track and I'll just tap. Yeah, so the tap tempo is impossible while recording, which I think makes sense. You could change it after the fact and just kind of do it, but not while it's recording, because the audio is probably going to be tempo stamped to a particular, tempo value on record, and probably needs to have one initial tempo stamp during the recording process. So. We see Stable Winter saying YouTube's making it harder to say hello to everyone. All right, so we see from FlyV, just as after it's not working, it also tells me the number of start markers doesn't match the number of out markers. It's probably back in Wavelab, so let's jump there. All right, so often when dealing with CDs, it needs like a CD start and end marker. Come over here. Okay, so let's say if we go to the album, so one of the things that you could do is, make sure that when you select the event, you could see kind of the start and end marker. And as you look at the markers here in Wavelab, you can see that, if you go to insert, so it could be, make sure that each one of your files, so, if you don't have any markers here, I'll close this. So, right, so make sure, like, when you go to the files, you see here, like, the track markers. There is an insert marker, so you could insert kind of like the CD, the title start or the title end, and just make sure that each clip, when you look at it, has like a start and end marker point. So a lot of times what you can do, if you just, let's say if we truncate this particular event here, and let's just truncate it. Let's grab this edge. So the markers automatically, but just take a look. Look at each clip and see if you have a start and end marker. And then if you need to move the cursor like to the beginning of the clip, then you could just come over here and manually insert the start or end marker for the CD. Okay. Okay, so we see Soul Sound Official. It says in Logic, Sense can switch to mixer, fader, carry to send color, and switch back to change. I'll mention that as a feature request, but if you want it, if you have a control surface, let me know, and I could show you how to do it utilizing the control surface via MIDI remote. Sable Winters is missing Michael Pierce, as the button man hasn't been on for a little bit. Could be he's working hard. All right, so Sable's question. Greg, please demo a mix session by extending a project by adding bars, instrumental elements like string section, vocal harmonies from main vox, etc. Okay, so let's say we want to take say the Be Someone song is pretty small, and we want to extend that into more of an arrangement. Project quick. All right, so let's say we have maybe like a quick fragment of a song and we want to perhaps, build variations, build an arrangement, and maybe we have a chorus and a verse or something like that. So back over here, let's revert. Okay, so let's say we want to come over here. All right, so I'm going to just add like an arranger track here. So let's come over, let's add an arranger track, and I want to define maybe different parts of my song. So come here, and we could option click to call this intro. Okay, and we'll say. All right, so let's say this will be verse 1. So option double click. And let's say this will be our pre-chorus. All right, so let's say we want to do 4 bars of this as a pre-chorus. So I'm just defining maybe like the skeleton of our song. So let's come over here. All right, so let's say just chorus. And let's go to, say this is verse 2. All right, so what I want to do now is just come over here, say, okay, let's build an arrangement of this. All right, so on intro, verse 1, and let's say I want the same intro before the pre-chorus, and then a chorus. We'll go to verse 1, pre-chorus, chorus, chorus. All right, so let's say roughly we have an arrangement here. So let's say as we're playing this, we'll say, all right, so we'll start this, and let's say we're playing our verse. So we'll start from, so I'm going to activate my arranger track. So say we start from the verse here. And instead of going straight to the pre-chorus, right here, it's going to jump back and play the intro again. Then it's going to jump from that. So we just added like a couple bars, and now I want to jump to the pre-chorus to kind of build a little tension. Then it's going to play, let's say, this chorus and go back to verse 1. So once I have kind of like the skeleton, what I could do is just come over to my chain here, and we'll say, okay, this is our arrangement, and we could choose to flatten the chain. And what that'll do is copy all of the parts out into our project window. Then I could say, the second time it goes into the verse, I want it to add harmonies. So I'm going to come right over here. Let's select our chord track. So I'm going to drag this up once. So this is basically taking my verse, chorus, pre-chorus, intro, and laid it out for us. And now once I have all of my parts laid out, I can say, okay, at this point I want to generate the audio harmonies on the second verse, but not the first verse. So I could come right over here. Let's just generate our harmony voices. I want to add drums that come in here. I want to take the guitar part and copy it with, a string part here. So we could kind of just continue to build and augment and change the arrangement. So if you have just like a part of a song, consider like a skeleton, and you're not quite sure of the arrangement, use the arranger track, try out different ideas, be creative with your arrangements. And at that point, you could flatten the chain just by going into the arranger track here. So once you click on the arranger track, you can flatten the chain, and that lays it out for you in kind of from a non-linear state that's kind of jumping to different parts of the arrangement directly to a linear recording that you could then augment and enhance different parts of the project there. Tim Weinheimer says, what a great day learning some new tricks and techniques in Cubase and Wavelab questions today. It's helpful information. So Gareth is going out for his evening walk. Hope you're well. All right, so we see, may I know how to add third-party bass slides? So I'm not sure, with third-party bass slides, I could show you how to do kind of like a bass slide. So I think I have kind of a project here. Say this. Great, so let's come over here. All right, so let's say, and I'm going to utilize a sampler track for this. So let's say I have just a quick. All right, so. All right, so when we come over here, we could place this into like a monophonic playback mode. So we see this little icon here. Got out of my way. So I could just, and I'm going to also place this into legato mode. So once it's in legato mode, I could just hold down the note. And it's most of the time when samplers work, it will play back from the beginning of the sample. So when I hit the new note, it starts. But if I wanted that sample to continue, I could put it into legato mode and go. So you can hit the note and go. And we could adjust that glide amount. So as soon as we come over here, let's say, okay, let's get to our glide speed. Or if you want it to go really fast. Or if you want it to be kind of really obvious. So it's longer than sample. So once you have kind of the sample in the sampler track, so it's not necessarily a third-party sample, but you could take any audio file and just and you know, just trigger that particular sample. Key just broke on my keyboard controller. Bummer. Anyway. All right. Nectar Panorama, 13 years later. All right. Great. So let me know if that's helpful for you for doing bass slides. Brian Bear says it doesn't have as many emojis on his iPad. Great. Comments. And a lot of times if you wanted to do like for from VST instruments, so let's say if I wanted to come here to like retro log, so let's just find a quick bass patch there. And it could really matter on the particular instrument. So let's say. All right, so let's adjust the filter here a little bit. And there's going to be glide modes that you, so we could just put on our glide mode here. So let's adjust. My keyboard is dying on me here, my controller, sorry. Keys are. Oh, let's see, maybe something. Okay, I think it might be okay. Something slipped in behind. So let's come over here and set it on finger. So if you wanted to, let's adjust our sustain. So a lot of times it's in the instrument. Some people also utilize pitch bend to do glides on, or portamento if the instrument supports it. But a lot of the instruments will just have a glide function in the instrument itself. I'm so far behind in chat today. Lots of thank you for everyone for the great questions. All right, Soul Sound Official asks, can you explain what the delay compensation in the plugins manager? There's an option to activate individual plugins. Not at all. Can you explain it? When it's on or off, what it does. All right. So let's come over here to our VST plugins manager. We'll see this under our studio. All right, so once we actually open up our plugin manager, we could expand a view, and let's just go to, I think there's a settings area. So we'll click on our info. So when we go to particular plugins, we can say, okay, when we go to plugins, we can see what the latency is for plugins that have latency. So let's go to our RevX Hall. We could see that like our vocal chain. So you can see that the latency on the vocal chain is, 10,430. So we could hide the plugins. This is just showing you what the actual latency is in terms of samples for that particular plugin. We could see that in regards to in samples. So that's, we see in samples in milliseconds. So that's what the latency is showing you. So when you say the delay compensation in the plugins manager, so let me know if that's, so there's an option to activate individual plugins or not at all. So let's say, like you never want to use, you want to search for vocoder, but you only want the Steinberg one and you don't want a third-party one. Here you could choose to hide the particular this particular plugin so it doesn't show up, or if you find that this plugin is problematic and you use it once every 2 months, but every time it does, it crashes your system. At that point, you could just choose to hide the plugin so that you won't inadvertently select it. So you could kind of take plugins out here without having to go into your operating system and look through the folders. All right, so we see comment. Thank you for the comprehensive explanation on ASIO Okay, so we see from, so you see from Flyv just says, all I see in my audio montage is tracks. I don't have the top 2 boxes for some reason. All right, so let's take a look, see if we get those on for you, where to turn them on. Great. So let's see if we get to layout. If we have small laptop, so let's see if you have minimal. So again, go to workspaces menu to layout and see if you go to default, if those will show up. It could be that, and I'm running at a 1920 by 1080 resolution, but try going to workspaces to layout. So if yours is set to minimal, looks kind of like that. Let's go to, again, the workspaces, layout, and this should be the default layout. But let me know if that helps. So Mark Rabin says he always watches the replays when he can't attend. Appreciate that. Great. Mark Rabin just says his new project is the So is it the kilo, like kilometer, kilo, or Germany, they always say kilo. So, but hope the launch goes well. So we see from Terry Gray. Hey Greg, is there a way to always have my automation point visible in Nuendo, not only when I mouse over them? Since I open up Nuendo, I think it'll be the same in Cubase, but we'll just check just to make sure. Let's get this open. So I think there's a preference for it, but we'll check just to make sure. All right, so let's say I have my automation here. All right, so we can have all of our automation points and we see the nodes become visible as we hover over. Take a quick look through some preferences. Um, there's the overlaps. Let's see if that makes any difference. It will. See if this is maybe show event volume curve, if that makes. I think it would be in there. See a preference for it. I will dig around to take a look for it, Terry, and if I find it, I'll send you a message over Facebook over the weekend, but I'll see if I could come up with a way to do that for you. Sorry about that. See Gerald Ely is take off. Thanks for joining us. And everyone will wish Gerald a happy birthday tomorrow. Hope you have a great day of celebration. There, my chat field jumped. I'm back. Great. So we see from Vince says that he's in Wavelab Pro, but he thinks the file is made in Elements. All right, so we see Benito Herrero says samples and loops have no sound in my Cubase 15 Pro since the very beginning. Any clue? Thanks. All right, so generally when we are working with, I'm not sure if it doesn't have sound when it's imported or you're not previewing sounds. So generally, when we're previewing, it's always helpful. So if we just do a new project here. All right, so if we are like previewing our media, if you don't hear, so let's say if I'm just coming over and I'm not auditioning, so one is, since these aren't necessarily routed to a track, if you have Cubase Pro, let me just see. Right, in Cubase 15 Pro, so I would go to your studio menu to audio connections. Make sure that you have the control room active. So I would set the outputs. I would have this active and not connected. And then go to right click to add your monitor in your control room, and then as you do the preview, it's going through the control room. Also make sure that your volume, there's a separate volume control that you could have here. So make sure that that is turned on. And I think that if you're so let us know if you're using the control room, if that's configured. And if you have, so as soon as you click here, you should be able to monitor the preview sounds of the media bay for loops. Okay. All right, we see Val joining you from Vienna. Thanks for being online with us. All right, so we see how to configure my Roland DJ202 to work as a playhead mover on the vinyls. Is it possible via MIDI/USB? So, check to make sure, one, that when you're doing that it's actually transmitting MIDI information. So a lot of times it may not be transmitting MIDI information if you're kind of moving like, the virtual turntables. So see if that's actually transmitting information. But, if that's the case, then you can, just come over here and just see what, and you could choose to navigate or do shuttle. So, you could map it, let's say in the MIDI remote. So let's say if I come over here, up over to the live stream. So get a transport. You could have, so sometimes the controls will only go one direction and people will want it to go back and forth, but it only transmits MIDI information going forward or backward. So, but first make sure that it's actually transmitting MIDI, and then you could control it to do, like, you know, your to control the transport to move the playhead. So we see Mark Raven just says Wise Wave Lab Elements $99 and Pro is $499. What's the difference? So, you know, the Pro version is going to be doing more tracks. There's more plugins. There's Dolby Atmos rendering. So if you wanted to, you know, just do the pan normalizer, I'm almost sure that's in Elements, but let me just check. I'll make sure. So let's open up Wavelab Elements. So it's a great Swiss Army knife audio editor. And as Adam mentioned, this in a comment coming up, there's a pretty exhaustive comparison. But if you're looking for that one kind of pan normalizer function, I'm pretty sure it's in Elements, but I'll just 100% confirm for you. All right, so we're here. Let's come over to process. And doesn't look like the pan normalizer is the Elements version. So I think it would be there. So we could do level, time stretching, pitch shifting, pitch bend. I don't see the pan normalizer. So it looks like that's maybe just a pro version. So if you have a quick file, you could send it to me, Mark, and I'll pan normalize it for you. Glad we checked on that. All right, so we see Guy0919. He said Groove Agent is standalone. That's why it doesn't save samples in the project folder. But when I open Pool and select Groove Agent samples and do Prepare Archive, it does save the samples in the project folder. All right, let's see if I'm wrong. So let me just come over here. All right, so right now we go to the Pool. And don't have any audio files. I'm going to drag this, open up the Pool. Still no audio files. Now, so we don't have any audio files here. Let's try the Prepare Archive. See if there's nothing to prepare an archive to. Now, if I take that file and drag it into the project and then take that file, when we go to, let's see if we go to our Pool now, we have an audio file. So the one that we have here is 0295 BPM on the first one. And see if this is do a different file here. Great. So let's say I drag that here. I move unused files. Right, it's still being used. Erase to 175. Let's remove unused files. Right, so it's still in Groove Agent here. So I think because I dragged it in, so let's take this Rock Grooves 140. I drag it over. Now that's not in our pool. I will do a prepare archive. And we still see that the file we dragged directly to Groove Agent, not there, but if you drag it into the project, then you can utilize the project location for that. So let me know if that makes sense or if I'm doing something differently than you are. Guy0919. All right. So we have a quick question from Jackie Barr. How would you set up a nested VCA, for example, one that links your other VCAs, drums, bass, to one master VCA that allows individual volume adjustments? Okay, so let's come over here. Let's go to, let's say I want, like, I'll just do it on drums where I want a kick VCA, a snare VCA, a tom VCA, and cymbals VCA. So I'm going to take my 3 kicks. Let's add a VCA track to these tracks here, to the selected tracks. Let's do my snares. We'll add a VCA track to the selected tracks. Want to do toms. And let's say cymbals and overheads. Great. So we'll come over here. All right, so we have 4 VCAs for our drums. I want to now select my VCA tracks. And let's add a VCA track to our to the selected tracks. All right, so now when I come over here, let's look at our mix console. So as we are playing, you see that we have our kick VCA, snare VCA, which we don't really have our snare coming in yet. All right, and now I could take all of the drums. And this is my global drum VCA. This is my cymbals and overheads, toms, snares. So, and now my global drum VCA. So what you do is select the VCA track and then right click, add VCA to the selected VCA tracks. Okay. All right, I know we have some questions that were mailed in. Let's get to those. Thanks for all the great questions today. Hope everyone's learned new tips and tricks. Okay, let me open up a project. Okay, question. I have read on a forum that if you have 2 guitars panned hard left/right and you want to have reverb that is panned to the opposite respectively, you can just add 1 effects channel and set that to stereo combined pan or reverse the panning on the FX channel. In theory, that makes sense and should work, but I can't get it to work. I've used Revelation as the reverb plugin. Can you help? All right, so let's say we have some guitar. All right, so let's just open up our mix console here. Okay, so I have a guitar here panned. All right, so this guitar is panned to the left. And let's say the other guitar is panned hard right. All right, so I'm going to open up So what you could do is, instead of using the stereo combined, I've added an effect send to Revelation for these two tracks. So when we play this back, I'm going to hear the reverb, and we'll just make it really large so it's obvious. All right, so what we want to do is to have the guitar panned in one speaker and the reverb panned in the opposite speaker. This is kind of the classic 80s hard rock, heavy metal, hair metal type of trick. When you had two guitarists, guitarist would be panned and the reverb panned in the opposite channel to add cohesion. So we've added our particular effect send. So this is going to the same reverb. But what we do is we take that effect send and we go to the panning. So I have set this up to be stereo combined panner. It may default to the so it may default to the same pan position. So if I come over here, I could move as I adjust the panner. We can see this reverb. So I want to take this track. I'm going to pan it, and I did it stereo combined panner. So just right click. So I want this to be panned, the guitar to be panned to the left, and now I want the reverb to be panned to the right. So I put this in a kind of a pre-fader. So now when we solo this guitar part, we're going to hear the guitar in the left channel. When I bring the fader down, we can hear its reverb in the right channel. And I bring in the source, so the guitar's going to be panned to the left. So again, just kind of come over here. So I want my guitar pan there, and I want its reverb to have an independent panning in the opposite speaker. So now when I drop this down, you can hear the reverb in the right and the guitar in the left. And I do the opposite with the other guitar. So as soon as I open up this channel, so we hear the reverb in the left, and we bring the fader up because we have set to pre-fader. Now I hear the guitar in the right. So when you go to the panner here, you want to go to the destinations. You'll see for each of the sends, independent panning. So that effect, so it's one stereo effects unit, and every channel, the effect send can be panned independently. Great. All right, so we had a question on how to do like micro tuning on VST instruments. All right, so let's take a listen. Let's say we have Alien Sonic part here. So let's say we want to take this particular flute part here. So let's look at this event, and we see, looks like we're in G major is what it sounds like. All right, now one of the MIDI plugins, and you would need to have a VST 3.5 instrument that's capable of doing this. So Hallian Sonic, Pad Shop, as well as, Retrolog can all use this. So if your instrument doesn't do that, it's just that that particular instrument company has chosen not to implement the capabilities that are available to it. So we're going to go to a MIDI plugin, and now we could just come over here. And one of the MIDI plugins that we could have is going to be just a MIDI insert. So we'll come right over here. We'll select the MIDI track. We'll go to our MIDI inserts, and we could employ a micro tuner plugin. So once we go to our micro tuner here, we can set this up. So as we go to our micro tuner, let's say we're going to open up our microtuner plugin. Let's say, as we mentioned, our root note is in G. So if we wanted this to actually play back perfectly in tune, like, mathematically in tune for a pure major, we can just come over here and this will do slight tuning variations based on the key or tonality of G. And now at this point, we could just choose, this would be mathematically perfectly correct. So if you're familiar with the 12-tone tuning system, right, that there is a system. Each note can be a series of compromises so that all the keys can play relatively in tune, but not mathematically perfectly in tune. Now we could take our MIDI part here and make this perfectly in tune. Now let's say I wanted to do like a quarter tone every time that there is an A pitch. So I'm going to just go to the A pitch here and I'm going to move it up so that anytime it plays back an A, so let's say we go here, let's do it on a B because the B is a little more obvious in this example. So I will come back over here. Let's just say, okay, on any time that a B is performed, I want that B to be like a quarter tone. So now as we play, so if I wanted to adjust the tuning again, so that way you could do micro tuning and say, anytime that there is a B or an A sharp or an A, you have different presets that you could use for different, different tuning temperaments. You could just come over here. So if you wanted to do like, this is how harpsichords may be tuned differently. If you wanted to, so there are different temperaments. If you wanted to be Pythagorean temperament, you could just do that. And then the individual notes within that MIDI instrument, if it supports it, will be able to do the micro tuning for you. All right. So we see a question that was mailed in. Instead of displaying in UK format of date, month, year, it displays month, date, year. If I change the language, Cubase and preferences to German, it displays correctly, but obviously everything else is changed in German too. Can this be reported to the developers or give them a nudge, as they're probably aware of this already? So I think like when this was for the date format in the hub. All right, so we look at our date format in the hub. So in America, and this could be a cultural thing, in America, and I have to deal with this working for a German company where they do month, day, year for how they represent dates in numbers. In America, we always do like month, day, year. Doesn't make any sense, but for kind of American cultural things, so maybe when English, they might be choosing to utilize this. So I will bring it to their attention. It may not be the highest priority, but a lot of English-speaking countries will utilize month, day, year. So if today is July 17th, 2026, we would say 7/17/2026 instead of 17/7/2026. So it could be that maybe, they're appealing more to the American market. It may be, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it could be maybe a larger market. But regardless, I'll bring that to their attention to see if there's a preference. But that could be the reasoning behind that. All right, let me jump back, see if we get one or two more questions in. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. Hope that everyone's learned some new tips and tricks, or you didn't get to all of the questions today. All right, so we see Sable Winters says that the Ranger track technique was priceless. Good. Thank you for the bass slide lesson. All right, so George Conte, 5607, question, whenever I recorded MIDI into Cubase 15 Pro with a Roland FP10 keyboard via USB, whenever I hit the F#4 key, it opens and closes my mixer window. How can I prevent this? All right, so probably the F#4 key is somewhere set up to open up the mixer settings. So this could be done in the MIDI remote. So check if you come over here, make sure that if you have like a Mackie control device, that the USB port isn't set for your Roland controller here. If you have a controller that's also maybe a generic remote, so if we come over here, we could just say, let's do a generic remote. You could say anytime a F#1 note, and we could think of the MIDI note as a language. Anytime that this note is pressed, that note will open up a function. Make sure that in a generic remote that you don't have the FP10 selected as a MIDI interface, as one of the MIDI interface ins or outs. And if you don't have it like a Mackie control or generic remote, it could also be incorporated into like your MIDI remote setting. So if we come to like your MIDI remote setup, make sure that none of your devices are set up for your Roland FP10 for MIDI input and output if you're using that as a kind of a MIDI remote setting. So check those things and see, but it's probably that MIDI message is being sent not as a MIDI note, but it's triggering a command, and that command is just set to open up the mixer screen. All right, so we see from Flyv says, perfect, Greg, fixed it totally. Things will probably make more sense now for that. Great. Sorry I didn't get to all the questions today. I appreciate all the great questions from everyone. I know that we are just about out of time. So if you have questions, I'll see if there's, but we will go through, I'll see if there's some of the questions that we could utilize on the next live stream. So again, thanks for all the great questions. I want everyone to have a wonderful weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday. Next Friday, I may be taking the day off for like a 3-day weekend trip. So we may not have a live stream on Friday next week. I'll be going to visit my sister-in-law. But I just wanted to give you a heads up of that. But we'll have our live stream on Tuesday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And with that, we will go ahead and wrap up. Thanks for all the great questions. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy. Thanks for all the great questions, and we'll see you back on Tuesday at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Goodbye.